Good evening. I hope you guys are well. We are going to start here with the cash flow. I just want to check first before I start if you guys can hear me. And apologies for the delay. We are going to start now. I just want to check if you guys can hear me. Just put a comment there. You can just say hello so that I know that people are here and they are going to participate with me, and you can also alert others that we are live and we are going to prepare cash flow now. We are going to prepare cash flow now. I'm just waiting for your hi, for your hello. Hi Pumelelo, hi Kitumeti, hi Mulatelo, hi Wandile, hi Princess, hi Lebu, hi Matume. Hello, can I have others to put a comment? Hi Nhlanzeko. Hi Lefuno. Hi Sinamile. Hi Simpiwe. Hi Butari. I just want to make sure that everyone joined, because yesterday people were here. We had a wonderful session. So I just want to make sure that the number is where it's supposed to be. And then we proceed. Hi Tabiso. Hi McCarthy. Hi Smelogusle. And hi everyone. Hi Mduli. Hi Faith. We are going to start just in 2 minutes. We will start. We are going to start. I'm going to try and clarify this cash flow issue, and I believe that after here you are going to make it. And remember, I say to you that cash flow, it is there in your exam, it is there in your scope, definitely it's there in your exam, and you can't run away from it. It's not competing with anything. Cash flow is not competing with any other thing. Hi Fisiwe. Cash flow is not competing. General is not competing. At least maybe other topics, like for, I know that maybe sometimes you find that for financial statements of companies, they can set a financial position alone together with its notes, or they can set profit or loss alone, but cash flow is there. It's not competing with anything. We are preparing something that we know that is there, so you cannot risk to go into the cash flow, or I mean in the exam, without the cash flow. Alright, so let's make sure that we understand and we know cash flow fully. And I greet everyone that is just those who have just joined. I greet you all, and I believe that you are going to benefit here. And those that are joining us for the first time in this channel, I would like you to at least subscribe to the channel. Alright, so we are going to begin. We are going to start. Can we start now? I believe I have greeted everyone. I believe everyone is excited to be here, and we are going to start with the cash flow. So then can I start? I hope you can see my question, and also this is my question, this is my answer sheet. Okay, So we are going to start, okay, all right? We're going to start, and then yes, so let's go to the question directly. On the question right there, can I begin? Can I start? I am ready to start. I don't know if you are ready. If you are ready, you can just comment I am ready, because I want to start now. If you are ready, you can comment I am ready. I want to start now. I want to start with the cash flow. So if you are ready, just comment I am ready, because I am about to start. And is my voice okay? Or maybe do I have to increase my some volume somehow? Alright, I am going to start now. I see people are ready. I am going to start now. I see people are ready. I am going to start now. So I'm going to the question right now. I am going to the question right now. So let's look at this question here. Let's look at this question here. Let's look at this question here. They are saying, question 1 there. You are, remember in the exam you read it first and analyze. Alright, so they are saying you are provided with information relating to Galito Limited. The financial year end is on the 31st of October 2020. Just hold on. Alright, as I was saying, they say you are provided with the information related to or relating to Galito Limited. The financial year end is 31st October 2020. Alright, so now information. The following information was extracted from the statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income. You have got finance cost, you have got interest received, and then another term for interest received is investment income. Okay, another term for interest received is investment income. I hope you get that one. Okay, and then we've got net profit before tax and net profit after tax. So I want to add a column here so that we calculate tax. Let's calculate taxation then. I want us to calculate taxation, alright, during the year. So your taxation during the year is going to be net profit before tax, you less net profit after tax. How much is your taxation there? Quickly, just put that on the charts. How much is your taxation for the year? It was not provided, we had to calculate for it, because we are going to need it when we calculate taxation paid. Alright, we are going to need it when we calculate taxation paid. Quickly, can you give me the answer for the taxation? Give me the answer for the taxation. The answer for the taxation is 375,000. Thank you very much. 375,000. So there we go, 375,000. This one, remember, we had to calculate, it was not given, so now we are fine. As we proceed, you see, that's how you analyze as you read in the exam, okay? And then now we go to additional information B. Additional information B, they're saying they gave you an information extracted from the statement of financial position. All right, we've got ordinary share capital, we've got 8% redeemable preference share capital, we've got retained income, we've got revaluation reserve, land and buildings, vehicles, accumulated depreciation on vehicles, SARS, income tax, loan for ALGA, bank, shareholders for dividends, and bank. All right, and then as we proceed there, we have additional information, which is C. They say a vehicle was sold at a profit of 25,000 on the last day of the financial year. The vehicle was bought for 400,000 on the 1st of August 2018. Depreciation is written off on vehicles at 20% per year on the diminishing balance method. Land and buildings were sold. Transaction number 2. Land and buildings were sold at a cost during the financial year. The remaining land and buildings were revalued during the year. The dividends of interim and final declared for the financial year ended 31st October 2020 amounted to 825,000. Cash received from clients, which is cash received from customers, is 4,510,300. Cash paid to suppliers and employees is 2,605,000. All right, so if you check these ones, these are the first items up there. So we are going to start recording cash received from clients, which is cash received from customers, which is 4,510,300. all right, so let's go to our answer sheet right there quickly. Our answer sheet I already put for you there on the answer sheet, so we are just going to record. Uh, 4,510,300. okay, so that is your cash received or cash receipt from customers, cash received from customers or clients. Okay, that is your answer for that. And then it's an inflow, so we're not going to put it in brackets. And then we have 2 million. We have got our cash paid to suppliers and employees, which is 2,600,000. Operations, your cash generated from operations, you have to say cash received from customers, your less cash paid to suppliers and employees. How much is your cash generated from operations? How much is your cash generated from operations? As I'm waiting for the answer on the charts quickly right there. And I welcome everyone that has joined us, and I would like those who are joining us for the first time, do not forget to subscribe. Do not forget to subscribe. Can I have the answer for the cash generated from operations? Cash generated from operations. Cash generated from operations. Quickly. Can I have everyone participating? Let's just be fast today. We need to do some couple of questions. I see 1,905,300. 1 million. So the answer is 1,905,300. All right, that is correct. And then now I want us to go back to the question. From the question, we are going to look at the information provided from the statement of profit or loss. We are going to look at the information provided from the statement of profit or loss. All right, in there we are going to look for interest received or investment income. Are you with me? So I see in the information extracted from the statement of profit or loss, we have interest received or investment income of 80,000. all right, so this one goes there in the cash flow under operating activities. all right, under operating activities in the cash flow. So let's go to our answer sheet. There we can just go and indicate and say investment income or interest received. So you can just say interest received. Right, interest received of 80,000. So interest received is an inflow. All right, it's an inflow. Okay, and then I want us to go to another one. I want us to go to another question, another item. So let's go again in the question paper right there. Again we're going from the information that was extracted from the statement of profit or loss. You are going to look for dividends received. If it's not there, no problem, but you just have to know that dividend received is not there, right? We see dividends is not there, but you must just know that it falls under operating activities. All right, so let's go there. I'm just gonna do this. It's one of the items, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna put it, but I'm gonna put 0 because it's not there. Dividends received. So dividends received there, 0. Okay, there's nothing. I put a dash right there, and then now we are done with this one. So now the other item that falls under cash flow from operating activities is taxation. All right, taxation. All right, so now taxation, open brackets, this is taxation paid. Taxation paid. Okay, so taxation paid, number one, we are going to look for SARS. Okay, we're going to look for SARS. Let's go to the question right there. On the question right there, we're going to look for SARS. So if you check, we've got our SARS income tax there, and if you check in the current year, we've got SARS debit. SARS debit means SARS is on you. Okay, so in the current year you are being owed by SARS, and then in the last year SARS is on you. Can you see that? So at the end of the year you are owing, SARS is on you, but at the beginning of the year, which is the previous year, SARS is being owed by you. So 2019 SARS is being owed. You are owing SARS in 2019 27,500. In the current year 2020, you are being owed by SARS. Okay, why? What does it mean? It means you paid everything even more. That's what you pay to SARS. So how do you calculate the taxation paid when things are like this? So now when things are like this, you are going to add all the SARS amounts, meaning you have to say taxation from there. Let me go back to the question quickly. So you are going to say let's go up there. Okay, we're going to say taxation that we have calculated here, 375,000. Let's go to the answer sheet. So to calculate SARS paid, you go to the answer sheet there, and then to the answer sheet you're gonna say 375,000. You add SARS from the previous year, you add SARS in the current year, and then you close brackets there. How much is the taxation paid? And I hope everyone is following. How much is the taxation paid? Quickly. If you don't understand, you just say I don't understand. We try to explain. But your taxation paid should be calculated in that way, because now I'm trying to explain to you that SARS is owing you at the end of the year. You were owing it at the beginning of the year, but at the end of the year is owing you, meaning you paid everything that you are owing to SARS plus more. All right. Can I have the answer quickly as I go to the charts to check for the answer? Uh, 425,000. 425,000. So 425,000 must be in brackets because it's an outflow. 425,000. So SARS paid is an outflow always, all the time. All right. And then now we go and calculate what dividends paid. Dividends paid. So dividends paid, you are going to look at one. Let's go to dividends paid and go to the answer sheet, right? I mean the question right there. On the dividends paid, number one, you are going to look at dividends declared, okay? And you are also going to look at the shareholders for dividends at the beginning and at the end, right? So shareholders for dividends at the beginning is here, is 685,000, all right? 685,000. So you go to the answer sheet right there, 685,000 in the calculation right there. $685,000, and then you plus dividends during the year, dividends paid and declared during the year, as you go to the question right there. Dividends declared and paid during the year, you look at transaction number 3. They say the dividends interim and final declared for the final year ended 31st October 2020 amounted to 825,000. 825,000, you add 825,000, you add 825,000. All right, you minus shareholders for dividends at the end. Shareholders for dividends at the end right there. So your shareholders for dividends at the end is 450,000 minus 450,000. All right, so let's go to the answer sheet right there. You minus 450,000. How much is the dividends paid right there? How much is the dividends paid? How much is the dividends paid? Give me the answer on the chart there. Dividends paid. Let me check the answers on the chart right there. So let me see the answers on the chart right there. So I see, is it 1,060,000? 1,060,000. 1,060,000. So we go to the answer sheet, we say in brackets there, $1,060,000. We close brackets. Alright, and then we are done with taxation paid. I want us to go to the statement information extracted from the statement of profit or loss. Alright, I want us to go to the information extracted from the statement of profit or loss. Let's go up there. Alright, we are going to look for finance costs. Okay, can you see finance cost? It's also interest paid, is outflow, is under operating activities, is 175,500. 175,500. Let's go and record that one quickly. All right, it's an outflow, so you're gonna come here and say finance costs. So our finance cost there, we open brackets, we say 175, or we don't open brackets, ne? It's just alone, we don't have to calculate for it. We're just gonna open brackets here, we say 175,500, then we close, we are done. All right, those are the information that qualifies to go into the operating activities. So now I want us to go and calculate our cash flow from operating activities. Remember, to calculate our cash flow from operating activities, listen clearly, we are going to say cash generated from operations, you add interest received, you add dividends received, you less taxation paid, you less dividends paid, you less finance cost. How much is your cash flow from operating activities? How much is your cash flow from operating activities? 1,905,300 plus 80,000 plus 0 there, you less 425,000, you less 1,060,000, you less 175,500. How much is your cash flow from operating activities? How much is your cash flow from operating activities? No, on the text, no, we are not subtracting that, because remember, SARS is owing you. I think I've explained this one more and more, that when you are owing SARS at the end, meaning you paid everything, you are owing to them even more. That is why at the end of the day they are owing you, so you add everything. You are not subtracting 2,500. No, you don't subtract, you add it, because it's debit, meaning SARS is owing you. So at the end of the day, if SARS is owing you, it means you've paid everything. I'm trying to explain to the one that says, aren't we subtracting 2,500? No, we will subtract 2,500 if SARS, if we are owing SARS at the end, but now SARS is owing us, we add because we paid more than what we're supposed to pay to SARS. All right. So now, can I have an answer for? Can I have an answer for? Can I have an answer for this? Is 324,800. 324,800. All right. Remember, at the end of the day, our cash flow must balance, and it will balance, okay? So our answer is 324. There, our is 324,800. Positive. It's an inflow. It's an inflow, okay? And then now, we are going to the next question. Before I proceed, can I have any questions that I need to clarify? If there is any questions that I need to clarify, please ask now. I am waiting for the question that I need to clarify. I was busy clarifying the one for taxation paid. If you check right there, all right, just want to explain proper. Ne? If you check here on this question, all right, SARS debit. SARS debit means SARS is owing you at the end of the year. At the beginning of the year, you were owing it. And you were also owing it 375 during the year. When SARS is owing you at the end of the year, it means you paid everything that you are owing. You even paid more. So how much did you pay to SARS? Everything plus more. So now we add this 22500 at the end. That's why. Unless if we will subtract 225, unless if it was credit. If it was credit, we were going to subtract, but now is debit, so we cannot subtract, we add. I hope I'm clear. Am I clear? Do you guys understand now? Someone says, how did we get the cash flow from operating activities? So let's go back then. I'm going to explain to you, don't worry, before I proceed, because we still have a lot to explain. So now, how do we get the cash flow from operating activities? We take the money of the cash generated from operations, you add interest received, you add dividends received, which is 0 there, you less taxation paid, you less dividends paid, which is 1,060,000, you also less finance costs. I hope everyone has got that. If you are happy, you can just comment there that we are okay, we are happy, we understand, or I understand, so that I can proceed to the next activity. So that I can go to the next activity. I want to go to the next activity. Are we in the same page? Do we all understand? Are we safe? Can we proceed to the next activity? Can we proceed to the next activity? Can we proceed to the next activity? Are we fine? Is there any question? Oh, we are all fine. Are we all fine? If you are fine, just comment yes, I am fine, then we proceed. If you are fine, just comment yes, I am fine. We proceed there. Alright, I see people, they're saying I must proceed. Okay, so now let's proceed. Investing activities. Investing activities, I want us to start with land and buildings, because investing activities involve like non-current assets. All right, your non-current assets there, you've got land and building. All right, let's go there. So now I want us to go to additional information. I want us to go to additional information number 2. Let's start with the land and building there. I want us to go to the additional information. Additional information number 2. They are saying our land and buildings were sold at a cost during the financial year. The remaining land and building were revalued during the year. Alright? So you sold a land and building. You didn't buy any land and building, but you sold. Okay? So now, meaning when you sell, when we go to the cash flow, I want us to go to the cash flow right there. If you sold a land and building, that means we will have proceeds from sales or from disposal of land and building. Proceeds from sales of land and building, it's an inflow. All right, it's an inflow. Proceeds from sales of land and building, which is an inflow. All right, so now we are going to open an account. All right, we have to open an account. To calculate this, let's open an account. When we open an account, we are going to open an account of land and buildings, right? On the debit side there, just hold on. Okay, let's proceed. I was saying from there we are going to prepare an account of land and building. All right, we are going to prepare an account of land and building. So on the debit side, we are going to put an opening balance, which is called balance. I don't worry about the date. Balance brought down. All right, so your balance brought down, there is an opening balance of land and building, and then we will have closing balance, which is going to be balance carried down. All right, balance carried down. So now I want us to go back to the question. On the question, we are going to go to the land and building. Right there on the land and building, we are going to look for opening balance and closing balance. So opening balance will be an amount for that is under the previous year, which is 2019. All right, so let's just go there. So here we go. All right, so as we check there, our land and building for 2019 is 2,800,000. All right, 2,800,000. 2,800,000, meaning we have to go to our answer sheet and record opening 2,800,000. I mean to say 2,800,000. all right, 2,800,000. $2,800,000. That is our opening for. That is our opening for land and building, and then closing. Closing for the land and building is 2,500,000. 2,500,000. Okay, that is our closing. I'm gonna put it right there. $2,500,000. That is our closing. Okay, and then they said we sold, right? They said we sold. So when we sell, we are going to have what we call asset disposal there. We are going to have asset disposal right there. Asset disposal on land and building. Okay, and then let's look at this transaction again. Let's look at this transaction again. Now, as we look at this question, I want us to go and look at transaction number 2 again, so that we record the right thing. Nah? So now, I want us to go and look at this question. So now, transaction number 2, okay? They are saying land and building were sold at a cost during the financial year. The remaining land and building were revalued during the year. So now, revaluation, you see this revaluation is not a cash item, it's a non-cash item. There's an increase in land and building through revaluation, through appreciation of the value, all right? Therefore, we are going to say, to take this 200,000 of revaluation, we are going to record it in the answer sheet there on the debit side of the land and building account. Ne? Let's just go there. So we're gonna come this side and say revaluation. Revaluation increases this one, and then it's gonna be 200,000, not 2 million, but 200,000. 200,000. All right. So 200,000, and then we are done now. Now we need to calculate the total. The bigger side obviously is the debit side. Just add the two sides and tell me how much is the total there. Add the two sides and tell me how much is the total right there. How much is the total right there? The debit side is the bigger side. You add 2,800,000 plus 200,000. How much there? Can I have the answers quickly? Can I have the answer quickly right there? Hey, 3 meter. So we write 3 meter.
We write 3 meter here. $300,000 or 3 million. The total there is 3 million. All right. So let's go to the answer sheet there and record. The total there is 3 million. So we're gonna put the total of 3 million there. 3 million. 3 million. All right. Even on the credit side is 3 million. So now for us, now we are done with that, and then now as we proceed, we need the asset disposal. The asset disposal is going to be 3 million on the credit side, 3 million total minus 2,500,000. 3 million total minus 202,500,000. How much is the answer there? Let's calculate asset disposal. Asset disposal. Let's calculate asset disposal right there. How much is your asset disposal right there? So your asset disposal is how much quickly? 500k. And 500k. Don't write 500k in the exam there, you will get 0. So let's go and record that one is 500,000. 500,000. All right. So now I want us also again, before we finalize this transaction, let's go and check in our question. What do they want actually here? On the question, they are saying the land and buildings were sold at a cost during the financial year. So it was sold at a cost. What is the cost? The cost is the asset disposal. Are you with me? So we are going to take that 500,000 of asset disposal and put it under proceeds up there. Proceeds from sales. It's an inflow because we sold, we received that one. 500,000. It's an inflow. We're not going to put in bracket because we received it as we sell the land and buildings. All right. And then let's proceed. I don't know if I make sense. Is there any question on this question? Yes, no. Is there any question? Are we good? Can we proceed? Is there any question? Can we proceed? All right. I guess we proceed. And if there is any question, I'll attend to it. And then now, let's go to the next question. The next question is on transaction number 1. Let's go back to transaction number 1. I started with land and building because it's the easiest. Let's go to transaction number 1. Transaction number 1, they say a vehicle was sold at a profit of 25,000 on the last day of the financial year. All right. The vehicle was bought for 400,000 on the 1st of August 2018. Depreciation is written off on vehicle at 20% per year on the diminishing balance. All right. So now I want us to go and prepare a vehicle account. We are going to prepare a vehicle account. Let's go to the answer sheet there. We go and prepare our vehicle account. So to prepare a vehicle account, we are going there. All right. To prepare a vehicle account, on the details on the debit side, we'll have balance brought down. Balance brought down. And then we'll also on the credit side there will have balance carried down, right? Which is the closing balance. So now I want us to go and check how much is the opening and the closing of the vehicle in the question. All right, how much is the opening balance of the vehicle and closing? Let's go to the question right there. Back to the question. So on the question there, when you check, opening balance is 1,110,000. 1,110,000. Okay, so let's go to the answer sheet there. Opening balance is 1,110,123. Ne? That is our opening. All right, our opening is 1,110,000. Okay, and then our closing balance, let's go to back to the question and check our closing balance. So our closing balance, all right, our closing balance right there, our closing balance is 1,360,000. 1,360,000. Okay, so let's go there. Okay, so 1,360,000 1,360,000. Okay, and they said to you on this transaction number 1, ne? As we go back to the question, they say the vehicle was bought for 400,000. The vehicle that was sold was bought for 400,000, right? So we go to the answer sheet. On the credit side up there, we're gonna have what we call asset disposal. Asset disposal. All right, of how much? We record every asset on its own cost, 400,000. All right, 400,000. $400,000. Okay, and then if you check on this question, right, on this answer sheet, ne, there we had 1,110,000 as we open, but when we close, we are closing by more, meaning there was an addition in vehicles. So we're gonna have bank. We're going to have bank. All right. So now the bigger side is the credit side here. You are going to add 400,000 together with 1,360,000. You add the total for the credit side there. How much? Quickly. The total for the credit side, because the credit side is bigger. How much is the total? How much is the total for the credit side, which is the bigger side here? Can I have people participating so that we proceed? So the answer is 1,760,000. 1,760,000. 1,760,000. 1,760,000. Just put the answer on the chart there. And then I saw there's a question there. Let me see. What is the question? And then the answer there is 1,760,000. All right. Even on the credit side, I'm gonna attend to that question, right? Even this side is 1,760,000. All right. So now, before I proceed, let me just check those questions and answer. Isn't it called, what is it? Isn't it called replacement instead of bank? No, it is called bank in the account, but when we take it to the cash flow, we are going to call it replacement. I hope I answered your question right there. When we take it to the cash flow under investing activities, we are going to call it a replacement of vehicle. But in the account, in the vehicle account, we call it bank. All right? All right, so let's go there and record. Bradley, did I answer your question? So now let's calculate our bank. Our bank, we are going to say 1,760,000 minus 1,110,000. How much is your bank there? How much is your bank there? How much is your bank there? That must go to the cash flow. Can I have the answer for the bank quickly? Can I have you typing on the chart there quickly? Remember, investing activities is where we take our time because it's one of the challenging activities in the cash flow. So how much there? $650,000. That's correct. So this 650,000, 650,000, all right, it will go, we are going to take this 650,000, all right? 650,000 is going to the cash flow. 650,000, we're going to take it to the cash flow as a replacement of vehicle. We are replacing the one that we have sold, right? So when we replace it means we are buying more. So we are putting it in brackets as an outflow. Money out for us to replace the vehicle that was disposed. Do I make sense? Do you guys understand? If you understand, just say yes, I understand right there. If you understand, just type yes, I understand, or yes. Alright? And then remember, as we go back to our question again, can I proceed? Are we fine? As I go back to the question again, alright, they are saying a vehicle was sold, meaning when we sell a vehicle, there will be a proceeds from sales. There will be proceeds from sales of that vehicle. So I can go to the cash flow answer sheet because I sold a vehicle and say proceeds from sales. We have to calculate proceeds from sales of vehicle. We need to calculate that because we have sold a vehicle, alright? Proceed from sales of vehicle, okay? So for us to calculate proceed from sales of vehicle, alright, we need to prepare asset disposal. We need to prepare asset disposal. Are you with me? We need to prepare asset disposal. So let's go to the question quickly right there. On the question, they're saying the amount that the vehicle that was sold was bought for 400,000, right? So when you prepare an asset disposal, let's go to the answer sheet there. Asset disposal. We go and prepare our asset disposal there. So when we prepare asset disposal, on the debit side, we are going to have vehicle there, which is going to be 400,000, which is the cost for the vehicle we sold. All right, this is your asset disposal. And then on the credit side, we must have accumulated depreciation. Accumulated depreciation, and then we must also have bank, which is the proceeds that we are looking for. And then as we check on the question, they already told us there that we have made a profit of 25,000. So a profit on sale, when we take it to the asset disposal, is going to be on the debit side. Profit on sale of 25,000. All right, fine. Now we are left with calculating bank, which is proceeds, right, and accumulated depreciation. So we need to prepare an accumulated depreciation account for us to determine that. We need to prepare accumulated depreciation account. So to prepare an accumulated depreciation account there, all right, no problem. We are going to have balance brought down this side, balance brought down, and then we are going to have balance carry down this side. Alright, that's number 1. So now I want us to go to the answer to the question. As we go to the question, there, we have accumulated depreciation at the beginning of 292,000. Accumulated depreciation on vehicle at the beginning of 292,500. 292,500. So let's go to the answer sheet there. We've got 292,500, and then closing there we have how much? Closing we have 412,000. Closing we have 412,000. Okay, 412,000. All right, and then we will need to calculate depreciation. And we will also have to calculate accumulated depreciation on asset disposal until the date of sale. Asset disposal. Alright. So what we can do here is to calculate because we need to calculate depreciation on a vehicle that was sold. Alright. So what I will do here, I will add another sheet there. Let me see if I can do that. Let me see. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So here we are going to do the calculations for depreciation. Calculations for depreciation there. Alright, so calculation for depreciation right there. Ne? So let's go back to the question. Before we calculate depreciation, because remember, before we go there, we're going to calculate depreciation. Depreciation for sold vehicle. Depreciation for sold vehicle. Okay, so now to calculate depreciation for sold vehicle, let us go back to the question right there. Okay, so now number 1, before we go back to the question, we need to determine our financial period first. Let's determine our financial period. Financial period. Our financial period. What is our financial period there? Let's see. Back to the question. Our financial period there is let's see, 31 October 2020. That's where we're closing. So we are closing. All right. Let's go back to the answer sheet there. I want us to determine our financial period. So we closed on the 31st of October. That is our end date, 2020. When did we start? When did we start? We started on the first on the 1st of November 2019, not 2021, 2019. All right, now let's proceed. Now we are going to calculate depreciation, and then before I proceed, I want us, they're saying we are calculating depreciation on diminishing balance method. Diminishing balance method. Diminishing balance method. The other term for this method is reducing. It will be reducing balance method. So let me put it here. Diminishing or reducing. Diminishing or reducing balance method. That's another term for that. All right. So what is the formula for this one? Diminishing balance method to calculate depreciation is cost price. You multiply by your less carrying value, accumulated depreciation. I mean to say your less accumulated depreciation. All right. You're gonna get your carrying amount or carrying value, and then you multiply by the percentage given. And then you're gonna multiply by number of months divided by 12. You will get your depreciation. All right, you will get your depreciation. That's how you calculate depreciation using reducing or diminishing balance method. Okay. All right, and then now we are going to determine when did we purchase the vehicle that was sold. All right, let's go back to the question now. As we go back to the question, they are saying a vehicle was sold, transaction number 1, okay? A vehicle was sold at a profit of 25,000 on the last day of the financial year. The vehicle was bought for 400,000 on the 1st of August 2018. So now, number 1, I'm going to determine the whole period where this vehicle was there. And then they say it was sold at the end of financial year, the last day of the financial year, okay? Meaning this vehicle was there from the 1st. Now I'm determining the period the vehicle has been there. So let's go there. So this vehicle was there period for the vehicle, period for the vehicle. So period for the vehicle, this vehicle was there from 1 August 2018 until the end of this financial period. So the end of this financial period is 31st October 2020. All right. So now that means it has been there for a couple of years. So that means we are going to check now. We are going to have year 1. All right. Year 1. Year 1 for the vehicle, was 1, year 1 for the vehicle was 1 August 2018 until 31 October 2020. All right, and then we're gonna have year 2. Year 2, the vehicle was there from the 1st of November 20. No, this one is October 2019. Sorry, October 2018. October 2018. Sorry for that. October for 2018, and then the year 2, the vehicle was there. Remember, year 1, it was there from 1st August 2018 to 31st October 2018. Then year 2, it was there from 1st November 2018 until 31st October 2019. That's year 2. And then year 3, it was there from 1 November 2019 until the end of the current year, which is 31 October 2020. Then we are done. This is where we sold the vehicle, which is the last day of this period. I don't know, in this fashion of doing this period, do we have any questions so far, or can I proceed? Is there any question, or I can proceed? Is there any question, or I proceed? If I proceed, I proceed, no problem. So now, remember, we are going to follow the formula to calculate depreciation. For year 1, the vehicle was there from August, so we're going to count from August until October 2018, which is going to be August, September, October. So for year 1, the vehicle was there for 3 months. 3 months. For year 1, it was there for 3 months. Okay? For year 1, it was there for 3 months. For year 2, it was there for the whole year, 12 months. And for year 3 also, it was sold at the last day. It was there for 12 months. Alright? Then now we need to calculate depreciation, remember. So we are going to start from year 1. Year 1, we are going to follow the formula. It says cost price, which is 400,000. You remember? We minus 0 because it doesn't have any depreciation. So it's going to be 0. So that means the occurring value is equals to 400,000 in year 1. Alright? And then we multiply by how much percentage then? We multiply by 20%. Depreciation is written off on vehicle at 20%. So we multiply by 20%. Multiply by 20 out of 100. We multiply by 3 out of 12. How much is your depreciation for year 1 then? How much is your depreciation for year 1? Quickly. How much is your depreciation for year 1? Quickly. How much is your depreciation for year 1? Can I have the answer for year 1? How much is the depreciation for year 1? Guys, are you still there? Can you hear me? How much is the depreciation for year 1? How much is the depreciation for year 1? Can I have the answer quickly on the charts? So depreciation for year 1 is 20,000, all right? 20,000. So we put there 20,000. All right? And then we go to year 2. Year 2, we follow the formula. 400,000, which is the cost. We less 20,000 from the previous year. So this 20,000 of depreciation from the previous year, it has accumulated to the year 1, to year 2. So we less 20,000 here. How much is the carrying value there? Quickly. 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 How much is the carrying value? Are you guys following? Do you guys understand what I'm doing here? So the answer is 380,000. 380,000. 380,000. You multiply by 20%, and then you multiply by 12 over 12. How much there? How much there? How much is your depreciation for year 2? Depreciation for year 2. Give me depreciation for year 2 quickly. Depreciation for year 2. Can I have depreciation for year 2? How much is the depreciation for year 2? Depreciation for year 2, let's see, is 76,000. Depreciation for year 2, 76,000. Alright, and then we go to year 3. Year 3, let's calculate depreciation for year 3, 400,000. which is the cost price, and then you minus in brackets 20,000 from year 1, 20,000 from year 1 plus 76,000 from year 2 in brackets there. How much is the carrying value? How much is the carrying value for year 3? Carrying value for year 3 quickly. Carrying value for year 3 quickly. Let's put carrying value for year 3 quickly. Carrying value for year 3. Carrying value for year 3 is 304,000. Carrying value for year 3. Carrying value for year 3. What are you saying, Jason? Yeah. And then 304,000, and then you multiply by 20 out of 100. Then you multiply by 12 over 12 because it was there for the whole year. Now, how much is the depreciation for year 3? 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 Give me depreciation for year 3. So depreciation for year 3 is 60,800, okay? 60,800. That is your depreciation. And then now, we need to calculate again depreciation. No, not depreciation, but total accumulated depreciation. So total accumulated depreciation there is equal to 20,000 plus 76,000 plus 608,000. How much there? Quickly. How much is the answer? How much is the total depreciation for the vehicle sold? Because we need the vehicle. This is the depreciation until the date of sale. This will be the accumulated depreciation until the date of sale. You can call it O. You can call it accumulated depreciation until the date of sale. How much there quickly? 20,000 plus 76,000 plus 60,800. How much there? Can I have the answer quickly? Can I have the answer quickly? 20,000 plus 76,000 plus 60,800. How much there? Let's all put the answer on the chart quickly right there. And can you also put a like on this video, because there are a few likes there, 2 likes, but we are 70 here. Can you put a like on this video, please, as you participate? So the amount is 156,000, 156,800, 156,800, 156,800. So this 156,800 is going to be it's going to come here, our disposal there. It's going to be 156,800. Right? And then now let's close this account. The bigger side is which one? Is the debit side. Give me the total for the debit side quickly. 156,800 plus 412,000. How much there? Give me the answer. And in the meantime, as you are there, like the video. Put a like on that video. And those who are joining us for the first time today, please subscribe. How much is the amount there on the debit side? Total. Total is 568,800. That's the total. 568,800. 568,800. And then even on the other side it will be 568,800. And then 568,800 you minus the opening balance of 292,500. How much is the depreciation? How much is the depreciation right there? How much is the depreciation? How much is the depreciation? How much is the depreciation quickly right there? Let's put the amount for depreciation. We are going to say the total of 568,800 we minus 292. $276. Those who are having connection problem, just restart your device and come back, because I think on my side everything is moving correctly. 276,300. 276,300. That is your depreciation. And then remember, we wanted this one actually. What we needed is this one. This one of 156,800 goes to the asset disposal. 156,800. That's what we want. Okay? That's what we want. 156,800. Okay? And then now the total balance here. The total there is going to be how much? The bigger side is debit side. just add the 2. 400,000 plus 425,000. 400,000 plus 25,000. 400,000 plus 25,000. The bigger side is the debit side. How much there? Quickly. How much there? Quickly. How much there? Quickly. How much there? Quickly. Can I have an answer? You add the bigger side, which is the debit side. 400,000 plus 25,000 plus 25,000. How much there? Can I have an answer quickly? So the answer is 425. 425,000. And then on the other side as well, $425,000, and then even this side is 425,000, and then 425,000 you less 156,800. 425,000 less 425,000. How much is the answer right there? Quickly. $425,000 less 156,800. How much is the answer there? Quickly. So the answer is 268, 200. 268, 200. 268. The answer. So the answer is let's see. The answer is 268, 200. 268, 200. So this is your proceeds from sales of equipment. Of a vehicle. Just gonna highlight the amount there. 268, 200. We are going to take that amount to the proceed from sales of vehicle, which is an inflow. 268, 200. All right, now I want us to calculate cash flow from investing activities. Cash flow from investing activity, because we are done with calculating everything that belongs there. So what we need to do, we are going to say 500,000, you less 650,000, you add 268, 200. How much is your answer for investing activities there? Your answer for investing activities, it has to be 500,000, you less 650,000, you add 268,200. How much is the answer there? Quickly, I'm waiting for the answer on the charts. Can everyone type something there? How much is the cash flow from investing activities? Remember, you have to say proceed from sales of land and building 500,000, you less replacement of vehicle 650,000, you add proceed from sales of vehicle which is 268,200. How much there? 118,200. 118,200. 118,200. 118,200. 118,200. Then we are done with this activity. We are done with this activity. All right. We are done with this activity. All right. Now we are going to financing activities. On the financing activities, we are going to look at how does business finance themselves, and we check the movement and the activities around them. Number one, they sell shares. Are you with me? So let's go and check there in the question. In the question, we are going to check in the extract from the statement of profit or loss. Our financial position. We are going to check in the information extracted from the statement of financial position. Sorry for that. We are going to check under the information extracted from the statement of financial position. Number one, we are going to look at ordinary share capital. When we check the difference between the previous year and the current year of the ordinary share capital, there is an increase. An increase on ordinary share capital means proceeds from issue of shares. Proceeds from issue of shares. So proceeds from issue of shares, we go to our cash flow right there. We go and say proceeds from issue of shares. Proceeds from issue of shares. Proceeds from issue of shares. Proceeds from issue of shares, you can do the calculation right there. Proceeds from issue of shares, you are going to take the amount from the current year, the amount from the current year of 3,450,000. 3,450,000. 3,450,000. You minus the previous year amount. The previous year amount. So the previous year amount, as we check on the question there, is 3,150,000. 3,150,000. 3,150,000. 3,150,000. All right, 3,150,000. So 3,150,000. How much are you getting there? 3,150,000. How much are you getting there? 3,150,000. How much are you getting there? The difference, quickly. Can everyone put something on the charts? Can I have the answer? Can I have the answer on the charts quickly? Can I have the answer on the charts? How much is the answer there? Are you still there? Because I don't see an answer on the chat there. Can I have an answer quickly? Can I have an answer quickly right there? Can we all put our answers right there? So the answer is 300,000. 300,000, okay. It's an inflow, remember. We are selling shares, we receive money, 300,000, all right? And then again, after, let's go back to the question. After ordinary share capital, we've got redeemable preference shares capital. If you check there is, at the beginning there was 350,000, at the end there is 300,000. There's a decrease, right? A decrease means you bought shares back. So I'm just gonna say in a simple manner, in a simple way, all right? I'm just gonna say buyback of shares, all right? In the question, in the answer sheet, I'm just gonna say buyback of shares. Buy back of preference shares. All right, in brackets there we had 350,000, okay, and then we minus 300,000, that is at the end. And then buyback of shares, the difference will be outflow. The difference will be outflow. How much there? How much there? Quickly. How much is your buyback of preference shares? How much shares did you buy back? For how much shares did you buy back for? Quickly. Ari renka speed. Ari renka speed. Ari renka speed. I bensulu fast. I bensulu fast. I kahleni. Let's go. Outflow, yes. Outflow. It's an outflow. So we go there and say in brackets 50,000. In brackets 50,000. Alright? In brackets 50,000. And then we are done. Now we go and check what? The loan. Number 3, we're going to check the loan. Let's go to the question there. The loan. If you check on the loan from Alga Bank, from the previous year to the current year, there's a decrease. Meaning you made a payment of loan because you were owing 2 million. Now you are owing 1,375,000. So you made a payment. Alright? So when you made a payment, we go to the answer sheet and say repayment of loan. Repayment of loan. So your repayment of loan is going to be 2 million minus 1,375. All right, 1,375,000. Okay. So how much is the loan? How much is the money you paid to the loan? How much repayment did you make to the loan? And it's an outflow because when you pay money out, outflow, how much there? Can I have the money that you paid to the loan? Money paid to the loan, how much is it there? Money paid to the loan, how much is it? Money paid to the loan, how much is it? 625,000. 625,000. 625,000. All right. And then let's calculate cash flow from financing activities. Your cash flow from financing activities, you are going to say 300,000, you less 50,000, you less 625,000. You tell me if you are getting a negative or a positive amount. Let's calculate cash flow from financing activities. You're going to say 300,000 of the proceeds from issue of shares, you less buyback of preference shares 50,000, you also less repayment of loan 625,000. How much is your cash flow from financing activities right there? Cash flow from financing activities. Yes, I'm waiting for the answer on the charts. I'm waiting for the answer quickly. Can everyone put their answer so that I am able to verify? They say it's a negative amount. So it's a negative amount of 375,000. Your financing activities is 375,000 negative. 375,000 in brackets. All right, and then now I want us to calculate net cash. Right, so net cash here, it can be an increase, it can be a decrease. We will see. Can we calculate the net cash? Are you ready to calculate the net cash? So to calculate the net cash, you are going to say operating activities of 324,800. You add investing activities of 118,200. You also less financing activities of 375,000. All right. How much is your How much is your cash, your net cash? How much is your net cash? And is it positive or negative? How much is your net cash? 1. Is it positive or negative? How much is your net cash and is it positive or negative? Hello? Is your net cash positive or negative? That's when you're going to determine whether it's an increase or decrease. So how much there? I mean, I see 68,000. Is it an increase or decrease? Is it a negative or a positive? Hello, our guys, are you there? Can you answer? Is it negative or positive? So that means if it's positive, you are going to say net increase here. Net increase. Net increase in cash and cash equivalents is going to be 68,000. All right. Okay. And then cash and cash equivalent at the beginning. 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 You are going to look at the bank. So cash and cash equivalent at the beginning, they're saying it's negative because it's on the credit side. So it's a negative amount. So that means, right, let's go there. Cash and cash equivalent at the beginning on the bank there is 43,000 credit, meaning it's a negative amount. It's bank overdraft. All right, so what you are going to do there, go back to the answer sheet, and then going back to the answer sheet, it's an outflow, so you put it in brackets 43,000, you close. All right, and then now take 68,000, you minus 43,000. How much are you getting? The amount that you are going to get here must be equal to the bank at the end. That we're gonna check there. This amount that you're gonna do there, it must be equal to the bank at the end. How much is there? 68,000 minus 443,000. How much are you getting there? Quickly. Are you guys still there? Can you hear me? Can I have the answer? Can I have the answer? So the answer is 25,000. Is it positive or negative? 50,000. Where did you get 50,000? 68,000 minus 25. Minus 43. So it's a positive 25,000. So now, is our cash flow balancing? Because if you have got 25,000, check our bank at the end. It must be 25,000. If you are saying the answer is 25,000, let's go to our question then. You see, now our cash flow is balancing because our bank at the end is 25,000 positive, which is debit side. Right? 25,000 debit means it is balancing. You see, they are the same. All right? So that means our cash flow is correct. Is there any question? Is there any question? Is there any question? Our cash flow is now balancing, and I believe you guys have benefited from here. And in the meantime, you can like the video there. That is our cash flow for this question. Those who are looking for the memo, we just came up with the memo. Remember, most of the questions I don't have memos, so if you ask for the memo, we just have to do it. So that is our cash flow. Any question? There is 32 likes there on the video. Uncle like any nyana more. I don't know what 79 or what people watching, but there is 32 likes. Uncle like him. Rekono ya going sessioning anyway. But we are going to take break now because hey, I want to drink some water. So we are going to take at least um, 5 minutes break. Okay, so we come back after 5 minutes, we proceed. So in the next question we are going to prepare, let me show you. In the next question we are going to prepare, please fix your network as we take break. But now, before you leave for break, in the next question we are going to prepare PPE, statement of changes in equity, statement of financial position. Okay, that's what we are going to prepare. All right, that's what we are going to prepare. So now we can take a break, and then I will see you in the next session in 5 minutes time. We are about to start. We are about to start. Hello. Hi, hello. We are about to start with the statement of financial position. We are about to start. Are you back? Are you back? Are you back? Are you guys back? Are you guys back? Are you guys back right there? Are you guys here? Can I see if you guys can still hear me as well? Can I proceed? Can I proceed? Can I proceed? Alright, let's proceed. I hope you guys can see my question right there. Question 2, they are saying to you, you are provided with the following post adjustment trial balance of Hike Limited at 28 February 2021, the end of the financial year. They gave you ordinary share capital issued at 2 rand each, 250 each. They gave you preference share capital issued, general reserve, retained earnings February 2020, land and buildings, revaluation on land and building, plant and equipment, vehicles, accumulated depreciation on vehicle, accumulated depreciation on vehicles, accumulated depreciations on plant and equipment, investment, debtors, inventory, bank favorable, 18% interest loan, first bank, provision for credit losses. Another term for provision for credit losses is allowance for credit losses, dividend receivable, SARS provisional payments, creditors there. Just analyzing the information. Then you've got profit and loss account, net profit before tax. That is net profit before tax, okay? And then you've got additional information right there. They're saying a further 20,000 ordinary shares were issued to the public at 250 and allotted. No entry was made. This transaction was not recorded. Land and building were revalued at year end to 1,500,000, right? It was decided to adjust the valuation to the revalued value. Depreciation written off and already included in the amounts above is on plant and equipment 9,000, on vehicles 12,000. A new laptop was purchased and recorded on the 1st of February 2021 for 10,000 rand. The loan from First Bank bears interest at 18% per annum and is repayable in annual installments of 50,000 on the 3rd of August each year. The first installment was paid on the 3rd of August 2020. Alright? We're just browsing through the question, okay, before we start. Provide for the following. declare a final dividend for 11 cents per share on ordinary share as well as preference dividends. Withholding tax of 20% is applicable. 40,000 must be transferred to the general reserves. Taxation for the year 87,000. All right. So they say prepare the note, the property, plant and equipment. Number one, we need to prepare the note to the property, plant and equipment. All right. So let's go and prepare the note. And if you check on the answer sheet right there, if you check on the answer sheet right there, if you check on the answer sheet, I already gave you the things that you need to deal with, right? So that we can be very quick. We've got carrying value at the beginning, cost price at the beginning, accumulated depreciation at the beginning, and then we've got movements. Under movements, we've got because movements is the total. So movements, under movement, we've got addition at cost, depreciation, and revaluation. Alright, we've got revaluation, addition at cost, depreciation. Carrying value at the end, cost price at the end, and accumulated depreciation at the end. Alright? So now, this movement, I'm gonna highlight it there and put it as bold because it's a certain thing. Alright, sure. And then now I want us to go and calculate and deal with the land and building first. Let's go and deal with additional information on land and building first. Right? Let's go there. So transaction on land and building. The land and buildings were revalued at the year end to 1,500,000. So they're basically saying land and building at the end of the year is 1,500,000. Are you with me right there? So that means we're going to take that amount of land and building. We go to the answer sheet there. Remember, land and building does not depreciate. It appreciates the value. Alright? So it will not have depreciation. So they're saying at the end, after revaluation, we had 1,500,000 price of land and building. Right? Even the cost price. So let's go and check the cost price at the beginning. The cost price at the beginning. Right? The cost price at the beginning. Let's go up there into the trial balance. So the cost in the trial balance there is 1,200,000. So that 1,200,000 is the opening balance of the land and building. 1,200,000 is the opening balance of the land and building. So we are going to take it there in the answer sheet. So 1,200,000. And then remember they say it was revalued. So we need to calculate how much was the revaluation. So for us to calculate the revaluation, we are going to say cost price at the end. Cost price at the end of 1,500,000 you less cost price at the beginning 1,200,000. Alright? So how much is the revaluation amount there quickly? How much is the revaluation amounts? How much is the revaluation amounts? Can I have that answer on the chart quickly? How much is the revaluation amounts? How much is the revaluation amounts quickly? How much is the revaluation amounts? Let's do fast. This question is too long. How much is the revaluation? and we put the amount for revaluation first there. The amount for revaluation. $300,000, okay? 300,000. Right, and then now remember, land and building does not depreciate, therefore it will not have accumulated depreciation. Right, therefore carrying amount is going to be at the beginning. Carrying amount at the beginning is going to be 1,200,000, and then carrying value at the end the same. We're going to say 1,500,000 with less 0 there. It's going to be 1,500,000. We are done with the land and building. That's it. For land and building, we are done. Alright? So let's go to the plant and equipment. Let's go to the plant and equipment. The plant and equipment. The plant and equipment, let's go to the question there, additional information. So as you check there, on the additional information, I'm just going to teach you how to be smart when you are doing accounting like this. Transaction number 3, they are saying depreciation written off and already included in the amount above. On plant and equipment, 9,000. So they already gave you depreciation on plant and equipment. So you go to the answer sheet. You go to the answer sheet, and under on the depreciation you say 9,000. Because it's an expense, it decreases in brackets there. Right? And then now, how much is the cost price at the beginning or at the end? Where do we start? Let's go back to the question. Right? So now, I'm going to teach you. If you check on this question, they are saying they gave us post-trial balance. They gave us post-adjustment trial balance, meaning everything that is in here is at the end unless stated otherwise. Like retained earnings is 29 February 2020, meaning it's opening. But these balances that are here are for the end, meaning the plant and equipment that you have here is the cost price at the end. Are you with me? So 110,000 is the price at the end. So you're going to take that cost of plant and equipment to the value at the end. Are you with me? So we go there. And remember, another thing that is guiding us on this question is that they gave us post-adjustment trial balance, meaning most of the additional information here has been taken into account and has been adjusted, unless the additional information that we have currently state otherwise. Are you with me right there? So the opening, this 110,000 for plant and equipment is the closing balance, because this information is for the 28th February 2021, and this information that we are given under a post-adjustment trial balance, all right? And then a lot of things have been done. So we go to the answer sheet there. We go to the answer sheet there. At the end, we're going to have cost price of 110,000. All right? And then as we go back again to the question, transaction number, let's see. say where is, so offense 1,200,000 is on the trial balance. So let's go back to that one. Let's finish this one. I'll come back and explain that one. Okay, so let's go back to the additional information number 3. Additional information number 3, they say a new laptop was purchased and recorded. Already it was recorded, you see now. That is why I'm saying the 110,000 is already including the additions of 10,000. So, meaning this 10,000, this one, of the new laptop, it's additions. Are you with me? So you go back to your answer sheet. On the PPE, plant and equipment, under movement, you're gonna record 10,000 addition at cost. Alright, addition at cost. So there's no revaluation. Remember this one. There is no revaluation for plant and equipment. Therefore, now we need to calculate the cost at the beginning. Because remember, the correct way of getting the cost at the end was to take cost price at the beginning, you add the additions at cost during the year, you are going to get cost price at the end. Now, we already have cost price at the end. So what must we do? For us to calculate cost price at the beginning, we are going to take cost price at the end with less addition at cost. How much is our cost price at the beginning right there? I'm going to come back to you. Those who are asking about the 101,200,000, I'm going to come back to you there. I don't know where you get 700,000, but we'll clarify that issue. How much is the cost price at the beginning? Remember, the correct way is to take opening, which is cost price at the beginning. You add additions, you get closing. But now you've got closing, meaning you're going to take the closing, you less additions at cost. How much is the cost price at the beginning? Cost price at the beginning. Cost price at the beginning. Can we be fast? Because can we be fast because of time? And this question is too long. We need to finish. Can you just type the answer quickly? Ufen said, just comment if you still need help on that one of 1,000 of 1,200,000. I'm not sure if I understand your question clearly as well, so I will clarify it. So the answer at the beginning, cost price is 100,000. Alright, and then what are we left with? We are left with calculating accumulated depreciation at the beginning and at the end. Okay, so let's go there. So here they are saying to you, depreciation written off already included in the amounts above, meaning the accumulated depreciation that we have there is closing balance. The accumulated depreciation that we have in the amounts up there is already closing balance. Accumulated depreciation on equipment of 27,500 is a closing balance, right? So meaning you're gonna take that one, you put it here, 27 in brackets. 27 is 27,500. You go to the answer sheet. Okay, you put in brackets at the end there, 27,500. You close. All right. And then now, remember, the correct way of calculating depreciation at the end is to take accumulated depreciation at the beginning, you add it together with depreciation during the year, you are going to get accumulated depreciation at the end. That is the right way of doing it, or the straight way of doing it. Now, we are going to reverse the calculation. Now, for us to calculate accumulated depreciation at the beginning, we have to say accumulated depreciation at the end of 27,500 will less 9,000. Alright? To calculate accumulated depreciation at the end, the correct way or the straight way, the straightforward way is to take accumulated depreciation at the beginning, we add depreciation during the year, we are going to get accumulated depreciation at the end. Now, vice versa. For us to calculate accumulated depreciation at the beginning, we are going to say 27,500, we less 9,000 depreciation during the year. How much is the accumulated depreciation at the beginning? Quickly. Give me accumulated depreciation at the beginning quickly. Give me accumulated depreciation at the beginning quickly. Accumulated depreciation at the beginning quickly. Accumulated depreciation at the beginning. Accumulated depreciation at the beginning. Accumulated depreciation at the beginning. It's 18,000. Alright, Offense says I'm fine now. That's great. And then 18,500. 18,500. Okay. 18,500. In brackets there. 18,500 in brackets. Now we are done. Let's calculate carrying value at the beginning. Carrying value at the beginning is going to be 100,000 minus 18,500. Give me an amount for carrying value at the beginning. Carrying value at the beginning is 100,000 minus 18,500. How much there? How much is the carrying value at the beginning? Quickly. How much is the carrying value at the beginning? 100,000 minus 18,500. 100,000 minus 18,500. I'm waiting for the answer right there so that we can proceed. Can I have the answer on the chat quickly? $81,500, okay? $81,500. $81,500. Alright, and then let's calculate carrying value at the end. Let's calculate carrying value at the end. Carrying value at the end is going to be 110,000, you less 27,500. Carrying value at the end is going to be 110,000 minus 27,500. How much is your carrying value at the end right there for plant and equipment? I'm waiting for the answer on the charts. Carrying value at the end for plant and equipment, 110,000. You less 27,500. Quickly. How much there? The depreciation, which one? Olisile, which one are you asking for? There's two depreciations. There's depreciation at the beginning. There's accumulated depreciation at the beginning. There's accumulated depreciation at the end. Which one? The answer is 8,500. 8,500. 500. We are done with plant and equipment. Now we are going to vehicle. But before we go to vehicle, let's clarify the issue of how did we get the accumulated depreciation. Which one? The one at the beginning or at the end? At the beginning. Alright, let's go and explain. So the accumulated depreciation at the beginning, we took accumulated depreciation at the end of 27,500. We minus depreciation during the year. We got 18,500. That's how we got accumulated depreciation at the beginning. Because remember, the correct way or the right way of doing it is to start at the beginning and say 18,500. We add 9,000. We're gonna get 27,500. But now we did not have 18,500. We only had closing of 27,500 and we had depreciation. So that's why we had to minus. Now, do you understand? Olisile, do you understand? Can you explain? Can you answer if you understand or what? Oh, Zoketelo says, can you also explain 100,000? Okay. So the 100,000, remember, I said to you, if you look at the question, okay, if you look at the question, if you look at the question here, they gave us post adjustment trial balance. That is at the end of the year. And there was a transaction in transaction number 3 for a laptop that says a new laptop was purchased and recorded on the 1st of February 2021 for 10,000, meaning we've recorded that, meaning the cost price at the end include 10,000 already because it was recorded. Therefore, and since they gave us post adjustment trial balance, meaning the 10,000, the 110,000 cost price of the plant and equipment is for closing balance, is for cost price at the end, this amount. If you can check on our answer sheet right there, we took it right to the end. Alright? And then we also had an addition where we bought a new laptop for 10,000. That is additions at cost. Right? So remember, for us to calculate cost price at the end, we have to say cost price at the beginning. We add additions at cost during the year. We are going to get cost price at the end, but this time they gave us cost price at the end, which is 110,000, and they also gave us additions at cost, which is 10,000. So for us to get 100,000, we have to say 110,000, we less 10,000 for additions. Now we are going to get 110. We are going to get 100,000 at the beginning. We're going to get 100,000 at the beginning. I don't know if I make sense. Do you understand before we proceed? Do you understand before we proceed, Zeketelo? Thank you for understanding, Tolisile. Zeketelo, are you still there? Do you understand? We want to proceed. Okay, yes. Let's proceed now. Now we are going to prepare the next item. So the next item that we need to prepare here is the statement of changes in equity. So on the statement of changes in equity, we have got share capital, we have got revaluation, reserve, we've got retained earnings, general reserve, and the total. So here we are going to start with what? With opening balance. Opening balance for share capital, for revaluation, retained earnings, general reserve, and then total. All right, so let's see. Let's start with the share capital. Let's start with the share capital. Let's go to the question right there. All right, let's go to transaction number 1. Transaction number 1, they say a further 20,000 ordinary shares were issued to the public at R2.50 and allotted. No entry was made, meaning there was no an adjustment that was made on the amount of shares that is in the trial balance. It is not yet adjusted for. All right, so that means we need to adjust. Therefore, we need to adjust. Okay, therefore, if we go back to the trial balance, that means the ordinary share capital issued at R2.50 each, that is 500,000 rand, is opening, because we still have to adjust and add the additional issue of shares in the beginning there. All right, therefore that means 500,000 is opening balance of share capital. So, but remember, share capital is equal to ordinary share capital is equals to, our share capital is going to be 500,000 opening again, 500,000 plus 100,000, 500,000 of ordinary share capital plus 100,000 of preference share capital. How much is your opening balance? How much is your opening balance for share capital? Quickly, we want to record 500,000 plus 100,000. How much is your opening balance for share capital? Opening balance for share capital, if you can give us that answer quickly, it will be a favor for us. Oh, sorry. So there's nothing on vehicle. Me, it means I'm rushing. Sorry, let's go back there. Well, we didn't do vehicle. Come on, Dad. Sorry about that. Let's go back to the vehicle. I thought I'm done. I'm not done. Yo. Okay, let's proceed there. Let's do the vehicle one. So the vehicle as well. Can we do vehicle now? Yeah, let's do vehicle. Let's go to vehicle there quickly. I'm sorry. All right, we'll come back there. Sorry for that. Let's go back to vehicle, column and complete ish. Yeah, let's go back there. You see, this question is too long. We need to do fast but with understanding as well. Okay, so now let's see. Back to the question. So I want us to go to another transaction for vehicles. Let's go to transaction. I thought I'm done for PPE, and hey, there's a lot. Let's go to transaction number 3 again. Transaction number 3, they say depreciation on vehicle is 12,000. Depreciation on vehicle is 12,000. So let's go to the answer sheet there. Depreciation on vehicle is 12,000. So we go to the answer sheet, okay? We say in brackets there 12,000. 12,000. Okay? And then there is no additions on vehicle. Alright, as we look at our questions, there is no additions in vehicles. Meaning, it says there is no additions in vehicle. Cost price of 120,000 is going to be opening and closing. So let's start with the cost price. Cost price of the vehicle of 120,000, since there is no additions, is going to be 120,000 for both opening and closing. So let's go to the answer sheet. Just wait. There's discrepancy there. Okay. So let's go back to our answer sheet. On the answer sheet, that means opening balance is going to be 120,000. There is no additions at cost. Therefore, cost price at the end will still be 120,000. Alright? And then, now we are done with that one. Remember, they say depreciations were already recorded on the question. That's what they said on the question there. Let's go back to the question. Transaction number 3. I want us to just better understand what we are doing. On transaction number 3, they say depreciation written off on vehicle. It is already included in the amount above, meaning the accumulated depreciation that we have in the trial balance there is at the end, is for the end of the year. I don't know if you get my point. The accumulated depreciation on vehicle of 36,000 is for closing balance. So that means we need to go and to the answer sheet and record that 36,000 as closing balance of accumulated depreciation. 36,000. Alright, let's go there. If there's any question, just put on the chat. I'll attend to it fast. So this one is for the end, 36,000. We close there. Alright, so we do the same as we did in the plant and equipment. For us to calculate accumulated depreciation at the beginning, we're gonna say 36,000, we subtract 12,000. How much is your accumulated depreciation for vehicles at the beginning? How much is the accumulated depreciations for vehicle at the beginning? Accumulated depreciation for vehicles at the beginning. Accumulated depreciation for vehicles at the beginning, you're gonna say 36,000, you less 12,000, which is accumulated depreciation at the end of 36,000, you less depreciation during the year of 12,000. How much right there? Are you guys still there? Can I have the answers quickly? arabeng refetch question ye ke telle. This question is so long, so if you are too lazy, I will work as for. $24,000. Okay, so let's go to the answer sheet there and record. At the beginning, accumulated depreciation at the beginning in brackets 24,000. Done. Now let's calculate carrying value at the beginning for vehicles. How much is the carrying value at the beginning? How much is the carrying value at the beginning? Give me carrying value at the beginning for the vehicle. $96,000. All right. Can others? Why are they no longer commenting? Are you guys sleeping? We need answers here, and we want everyone to participate because we want to make sure that the answers that is being put is correct. So everyone must put their answer, so that if you are wrong, we are able to correct you. All right. So now, let's proceed. Please comply with me. When I say I need the answer, I must get the answer for 82 people that are attending here. All right. And then now, carrying value at the end. Carrying value at the end, 120,000 minus 36,000. Carrying value at the end, 120,000 minus 36,000. How much is the answer there? Let's just put the answer, all of us. Everyone will be answer more. Yeah, carrying value at the end. No service a Satan. Oh, Makala attend doesn't type anything. And those that are joining us for the first time, don't forget to subscribe, okay? Please subscribe and support me. I can subscribe. Let make jiko. Let none supported. $84,000. Atando enali tseno no 4K atwa modilo. 84,000. So the totals there, I'm going to only get the total for one figure, which is the carrying value at the end. That is important. The rest you will calculate for yourself. But the most important carrying value is, the most important amount is the carrying value at the end. Total carrying value at the end. Just give me that one. Carrying value at the end. Carrying value at the end. Can we all participate? No shapes are certain. And then while I subscribe and subscribe more. The subscribe below mang make G all of those things. Let none support. Arian subscribe bang more. So how much is the carrying value at the end? The total carrying value at the end. You are going to add 1,500,000. You add 82,500. You add 84,000. How much then? $1,666,500. That's the what? The total. Is that the carrying value total? 1,660,000. Others, how much are you getting? Put your answer there. How much are you getting? Low. Can you calculate? Why are you here? Are calculating come. Just put your answer for the first time. You know you've never calculated anything. I mean you. So it's 1,666,500. That is the most important one because you're going to transfer it to financial position, right? So this is the most important one, right? Yeah, the other totals you can calculate on your own. Now I'm moving, okay? So let's move to the statement of changes in equity. Statement of changes in equity. Can we move there? Are we fine? Are we okay with the PPE? Can we move to the statement of changes in equity? If we move, just say we move. If we move, just comment we move. If we are moving, just comment we move there. If we are really moving, just comment we move. Can we move? Are we moving? Hello? Are we moving? Just comment we move as we move. Just comment we move as we move. Danko, let's move. I believe we are moving. I believe we are moving. Okay. So now, I was saying we are going to calculate opening balance of share capital. You remember? That's where we left. And then I said to you, as we go back to the question right there, back to the question, all right? Let's see. On the question there, which is, we're going to additional information number 1. As I read transaction number 1, I said a further 20,000 ordinary shares were issued to the public at 250 cents, I mean to say. A further 20,000 ordinary shares were issued to the public at 2 rand 50 and allotted, and no entry was made. Meaning, as we go back to our trial balance, the ordinary share capital of 500,000 was not adjusted to the 20,000 that was issued during the year. Therefore, we are going to consider this 500,000 as opening of the ordinary share capital. So for us to calculate opening for ordinary share capital, we are going to say 500,000, we add 100,000. 500,000, we add 100,000. How much is our share capital? How much is our share capital? As we move, how much is our share capital? How much is our share capital at the beginning or opening? How much is our share capital? 500,000 plus 100,000 quickly. Let's not waste the time on things like this. Everyone put your answer, Clay. Put your answer as we proceed quickly. As we move, put your answer. Someone says, where do we get 100,000? 100,000, let's go back there. 100,000 is for preference share capital. So preference share capital is 100,000. Therefore, for us to calculate opening for share capital, we are going to say 500,000 plus 100,000 of share capital. Remember, we need the share capital, so we need the total for all those capitals for preference and share and ordinary. All right, I hope I answered you there. And then the answer I see is 600,000. That is opening. Opening share capital 600,000. And then after that, because of transaction number 1, we've got shares issued. Shares issued. Alright, we've got shares issued during the year, which is going to be they said we issued 20,000 number of shares, right, at $250. So how much is the shares issued during the year? Additional shares issued during the year, how much is it there? Quickly. Additional shares issued. Additional shares issued. Additional shares issued. Additional shares issued. Let's calculate for additional shares issued. If there's any question, put on the chat. I'll attend to you. Don't worry. 50,000. 50,000. Hey, Tiniko, 500,000. Or you made a mistake. Oh, you fixed now. I see. 50,000. That's correct. $50,000. All right, and then now we proceed. We go to the next one. Let's go and check opening for revaluation reserve. Opening for revaluation reserve. Remember, we've got revaluation. We've got revaluation, and our revaluation is revaluation surplus. Okay, revaluation surplus, we're gonna take this one. Revaluation surplus, we take this one from the property, plant and equipment. All right, So we're gonna put it there, and then that means we're gonna go back to our question. In the question, we see there's revaluation of land and building 100,000, that is opening. Revaluation on land and building 100,000, that's opening, because remember the question on land and building about revaluation. Let's go and check what does it say, just to align, just to make sure that we are understanding what we are doing. So they're saying land and buildings were revalued at the year end to 1,500,000. It was decided to adjust to the revalued value. So this was not recorded, okay? So we are adjusting. So now 100,000 was opening. So we go to the answer sheet there. We take that 100,000 of revaluation in the trial balance. We say we put it on the opening. We go there, we say this is opening on revaluation reserve. Okay? And then retained earnings. Obviously, if you check in our question there, if we go as we go to our questions, they say retained earnings. All right, retained earnings is on the 28th or 29th of February 2020, which is the closing balance of the previous year, and will be opening for the current year 137,500. 137,500. Opening is 137,500. Okay, and then as we are on the retained earnings, we are going for the profits. Profit that must come here is net profit after tax. Net profit after tax. Net profit after tax. So net profit after tax, if you check there, they give on our question. If you check on our question there, let's go down there. On our question, as we scroll down, they gave us net profit before tax, right, of 188,700. Okay, so meaning we need to calculate profit after tax. Okay, so we go to our answer sheet right there. We say we say 188,700. We must minus the tax during the year. All right, the tax during the year, we must minus the tax during the year. Okay, so the tax during the year is how much? Let's go back to the question. Let's go and look for tax during the year. Tax during the year is down there. I saw it somewhere here. They say taxation for the year is 87,000. We less. Taxation for the year here. All right. Taxation for the year is this one, 87,000. All right. So let's go back to our answer sheet. $87,000, and then we close brackets. How much is your net profit after tax. How much is your net profit after tax? How much is your net profit after tax right there? Net profit after tax is gonna go under retained earnings, okay? How much is it there? Quickly. Let's not waste time. Me. Not a fast vava. Right. Labo. Are renka speed. Let's do it quick. I banish is Aisha kwala. Paisha tla fast kwala. Ngan ferries. Sen la clear se. So how much is the net profit after tax quickly? It's 101,700. 101,700. Okay. 101,700. 101,700. Okay. And then general reserve. What do they say about general reserve? Let's go back to the question. We want general reserve opening there. General reserve opening. General reserve opening. Alright. So your general reserve opening, they are saying 40,000 must be transferred to general reserve, meaning it has not yet been transferred, right? And then as we go up there on the question, we have general reserve. That means that one is opening, the one that is on the trial balance, because we still have to transfer another one. So this one of 40,000 is an opening. We still have to transfer another one, another 40,000. Right? So let's see. So 40,000 opening, and then we're gonna have what we call here. We're gonna again come here and say transfer to general reserve. So when we transfer from general reserve, we are transferring from the retained earnings, meaning on the retained earnings we're gonna put brackets of 40,000, and then we put 40,000 under general reserve positive. Alright, we are done with general reserve there. We are done with general reserve right there, okay? And then let's proceed. Now, as we proceed, we are going to have to calculate dividends. So dividends, there are two. We're going to have ordinary dividends and preference dividends. We're going to have ordinary and preference. Preference dividends. Okay. So now, how do we calculate these ones? Let me do this. I want to show you calculations first. So preference ordinary dividends, ne? It's equal to total number of shares issued you multiply by price per share on dividends. All right, so now we have got a responsibility to calculate the number of shares. All right, so the number of shares issued there is going to be 500,000 rent for the ordinary. Okay, number of shares, we open brackets there, we say 500,000, we divide by, we want to calculate number of shares again, we divide by 250. All right, and then we plus 20,000 number of shares, and then we close brackets there, we multiply by 11 cent 0.11. Okay, so now number one, I want us to work out the 500,000 divided by 2 rand 50 there, because remember we calculate ordinary dividends based on the total number of shares issued. So how many number of shares issued there when we say 500,000 divided by 2 rand 50? How much there? Can I have the answer quickly? If you've got a question, I'm here. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere until I finish with you. So sorry for that, I didn't see that I'm not displaying my answer sheet. So to calculate ordinary dividends, you're gonna say total number of shares issued, not rent value but number of shares. Okay, you multiply by price per share on dividends. So price per share on dividends is 11 cents. You remember? And let's go back to the answer sheet. The question there a bit. On this one, remember they say transaction number 5. They say declare a final dividends for 11 cents per share on ordinary share as well as preference dividends. Withholding tax of 20% is applicable. All right. So that's why I'm multiplying by 11 cents. Okay. But now let's go back to this one. The answer sheet there. Remember, for you to calculate ordinary dividends, you're gonna need the number of shares. So how much? When you say 500,000, you divide by 2 rand 50. How many number of shares are you getting there? I saw someone says kanjani. You can't hear me or you don't understand. Let's clarify that one. You can't hear me or you don't understand, so that I can make it clear. Can you see now? And can you understand now? Please comment. Please comment. Someone says we can't see, someone says we can't understand. Oh, it's fine now. Okay, thank you. So give me the answer. When you say 500,000 rand, you divide by 250. How much is the number of shares there? Answer clever too. Can I have the answer? Can I have everyone commenting, participating? Either you don't understand, we help you, or something. Can I have the answer? Let's have the answer. If you are sleeping, even me, I'm tired. Let's have the answer quickly. I'm waiting for at least 4, 5, 6, 7 people to comment their answer. So 200,000. So 200,000 is gonna be 200,000. All right, 200,000 plus 2 plus 20. So we're not done here. Brackets plus 20,000, and then you close there. Then you multiply by 0.11 cent. Okay, so now now it's equal to how much? 200,000 plus 20 is equal to 220,000 number of shares. Those are total number of shares. Now you multiply them by 0.11 cent. How much is your dividends on ordinary there? How much is your dividends on ordinary? Quickly, let's calculate dividends on ordinary. How much is the dividends on ordinary? Can I have it on the chart, and can everyone participate? Can I see at least more people giving me the answer? Some people have never commented anything since they joined here. Put something there quickly. So the answer is how much there? 24,200. Okay, 24,200. 40,000 for general. Which one? The first one or the second one? I see someone says I still don't understand where 40,000 for general came from. Which one? The first one or the second one? And then the answer for ordinary dividends is 24,200. That's correct. 24,200. It's gonna go to the retained earnings in brackets 24,200. Okay, and then preference dividends. This one is 24,200. We are done there. All right, and then we are going to calculate preference. Preference dividends is equal to rent value for shares issued multiplied by the percentage behind there. So if you check, when I say percentage behind, if we go back to the question now, all right, as we go back to the question now, if you check on the question, all right, I'm gonna come back to you just now. As we come back to the question up there, if you check preference dividends, is because it has got 10% behind it always, all the time. This 10% is the one we use to calculate dividends, right? So the rent value for preference is 100,000 rent now. So for us to calculate dividends on preference, we're going to say 100,000 multiplied by 10%. All right, that is the shares, that's the 10% behind. So let's go back to the answer sheet. All right, for us to calculate that, let's go back to the answer sheet there. We're going to say 100,000 rent, which is the rent value for the shares issued. You multiply by 10 out of 100. How much is the preference dividends? Quickly, before I go back to explain the 40,000 general reserve, how much is the preference dividends? Quickly. Preference dividends quickly. Preference dividends quickly. I see people, I don't know, people are lazy, or people are tired, or people are doing what? 10,000. So that 10,000 goes to the retained earnings under in brackets there. We are minusing under retained earnings because we are paying, okay? And then
I think we are done with all the things that belongs to the statement of changes in equity. Okay, we are only left with totals there. We are only left with getting the totals. Let's calculate the total there. But before we calculate the total, which 40,000? This one, the opening, you are fine with it. You want this one, eh? This one comes from the question there. Let's go back to the question. The opening comes from there, 40,000, right? Is the opening. And then there is another additional information on this one. If we go down on the question there, let's go down there. They say 40,000 must be transferred to general reserve. We are transferring from trading, our retained earnings to general reserve, right? This one. That's why we got the second 40,000. And the first one is on the trial balance, you saw, right? Alright, so let's proceed. I hope you guys understand. If you do not understand, you put on the chat. I will attend to you fast. I'm here for you, don't worry. So let's go to the answer sheet there. On the answer sheet, I hope you guys are fine now. We are going to calculate. Now how much? Now we are going to calculate our closing balance. Closing balance. So closing balance for share capital, let's start there. Closing balance for share capital is 600,000 plus 50,000. How much they quickly on the charts? How much they quickly? Can I have people who are responding to me quick, fast? 650,000. 650,000. And then this one revaluation, this one is 400,000, you can see. And then let's calculate retained earnings. Retained earnings, you are going to say opening, which is 137,500. You add 101,700, you minus general reserve, you minus ordinary dividends, you minus preference dividends. How much is the closing balance for retained earnings? Fast, quick there. Let's finish. When we are done here, we're just going to copy and paste to the statement of financial position, then we are done. I'm tired. I will send you the memo for the last question. But let's do this one and finish. Because even me, I'm finished. I'm tired. How much there quickly? Can I have the answer for retained earnings? Fast. It's 165,000. 165,000. Okay. 165,000. All right, and then general reserve key 80,000. This one you can see is 80,000. And then
you have got the responsibility to calculate this total. Alright, that will be you. Me, I'm done for this one. So the total is, you're gonna calculate this one plus that one plus that one plus that one, you get this one. And then the others, you do the same, alright? I hope you guys can do that. Or let's calculate quickly. Let me calculate for you quickly here. This one is gonna be 0 because it's 40 minus, alright? And then the ordinary dividends is going to be 200. We close. And then the preference dividends, I'm just calculating for you first 10,000. In the meantime, just subscribe there if you didn't subscribe, and like this video. And then the profit 171,01700, and then retained earnings is going to be 300. It's going to be 300,000. And then issue of shares total 50,000. Alright, it's easy. And then you can calculate for me this one at the openings. The total for opening is going to be 600,000 plus 100,000 plus 137,500 plus 40,000. Calculate for me that one quickly right there. At least I minused other things. Yeah, well, minus one problem. Calculate the total for opening. It's 877,500. 877,500. Is everyone getting 877,500? Just comment there. 877,500. $877,500. And then let's calculate the total here. The total for closing 650,000 plus 400,000 plus 165,000 plus 80,000. How much is the total for closing? How much is the total for closing? Thank you for the total for opening. Give me the total for closing now. Give me the total for closing. Give me the total for closing quickly. Total for closing. I turned in one plan. Only you have got all the ways to summarize, my guy. You have got all the ways to summarize these figures. 1.295 mil. Are you? You are the boss. 1,295,000. That is the total. 1,295,000. Done. So we are done with the statement of. We are done with the statement of changes in equity. Alright. So I'm taking this one off. Alright. So that we can begin with other jobs there. Oh, let's take it down. Number 3, we're going to prepare the statement of financial position. So there, a lot of things are being done. We're just gonna have P E. Our PPE, we are going to take the amount that we calculated as the total carrying value is 1,666. We want this value. 1,666,500 is our PPE. 1,666,500. Alright? And then we are done there. Okay? And then after that we're gonna have investment. Investment, here in again. Let's go to the question and look for investments. Back to the question, let's look for investment right there. Let's look for investments. So they're saying investment at cost is 80,000, 86,000 I mean to say. 86,000 is our investment at cost. We record that one. $86,000. $86,000. Okay, now let's get our total non-current assets. Give me the total non-current assets. Your total non-current assets is going to be your PPE plus investment. How much is the total there quickly? In 10-15 minutes we must be done, because now it's copy and paste time. How much is our total non-current assets? You're just gonna say 1,666,500 plus 86,000. How much there? So it's 1,752. 1,752,500. 1,752. Okay. 1,752. 1,752. 1,752,500. Done. Those are your non-current assets. Now we go to non-current liabilities. Let's identify non-current liabilities first on the question I'm going to give you. So let's see. I want us to identify them quickly on the question there. So I'm going to be there now. Let's go. We're identifying, you guys, you must put on the charts. Me, I'm gonna tell you, put on the charts, Number one, Number one, okay, current assets. Number one, debtors. Number two, inventory. Number four, bank. Number five, provision for credit losses. All right, and then we are done. Okay, we are done. We've got, are you putting on the charts? Debtors, inventory, bank, provision for credit losses. If I missed something, you let me know, but I see those ones. So put on the chart so that I can type. Me, I'm gonna type. I'm gonna look at the chart and type now. Let's go to the answer sheet. We want to finish. We've been here. And this thing must balance. If it doesn't balance here, we are sleeping here. Eh? So we've got debtors. Okay. We have inventory. We have bank. We have provision for credit losses. Provision for credit losses will less again. Even now I'm tired. What am I typing now? Provision for credit losses. Okay, so now let's go. And record now. So debtors is 80,000. Eh? Debtors 80,000. We started there. Debtors 80,000. All right. And then inventory. Let's balance this thing and then we will rest, man. Inventory. Inventory 85,000. Inventory 85,000. Inventory 85,000. And then bank. Let's go to bank. Ne? Bank again, we have got this one of 35,000. Ne? So bank, we're going to calculate the bank. Ne? So let's go to the answer sheet. Bank is going to be in brackets there 35,000 again 35,000, and then we plus 50,000 of the shares issued. This 50,000 again, when you issue shares you receive money, ne? And then this transaction, remember they said this transaction was not recorded. Let me go back to the transaction, the question, so that you understand what I'm doing. When we check the question, they said to us the transaction of the shares issued was not recorded. Okay, let's see. No entry has been made, meaning remember when you issue shares there is bank and application and allotment and all that, right? So bank was affected and this transaction was not recorded, meaning we must add the money, the 50,000 to the bank. I hope I make sense because the transaction was not recorded. Okay, so let's go and record there. Back to the answer sheet. I don't know if you get my point there. So we are going to take this 50,000 is for bank as well, because we sell shares, bank is affected, we are receiving money, so plus 50,000 there. Then how much is our bank? Quickly give me the amount for bank fast there. The amount for bank fast quick. So how much is the bank there? How much is the bank there? $85,000. Okay. $85,000. Okay, and then I want this one to be the last one. There's another account there. This one I want it to be the last one. Put it there. There is another one. Ne? Let's go back to the question. I will show you. On the question then, we have something called what? We have something called let's scroll down. We've got another asset, man. Dividend receivable. You see this dividend receivable? It's not received, it's still yet to be received. This is an accrued income. Do you agree? This is an accrued income. Alright? So dividend receivable is an accrued income. So it belongs to the current assets. I don't know if you guys follow. So you take it there. Dividends received, that's accrued income, okay? So it belongs here. Okay, so this is accrued income. Put the brackets there. Accrued income, alright, of how much? Accrued income of 5,000. Can you see that? And then we are done. 5,000. Then we can go to the credit losses. Provision for credit loss, I mean to say. Provision for credit losses. Provision for credit losses is a negative asset we put in brackets. Okay? So how much is it there? Let's go and look for it in the question. Provision for credit losses is 10,000. 10,000. Provision for credit losses is 10,000. Alright, 10,000. Now we can calculate our current assets. Let's calculate our current assets there. Let's calculate our current assets right there quickly. Let's calculate our current assets. Our current assets is going to be debtors plus inventory plus bank plus dividend receivable or accrued income minus provision for credit losses. How much is your current assets? How much is your current assets quickly? How much is your current assets? One is how much? 245. 245k. Ayoba. Tando. We're not again. 245k. 245k. We are done. Now let's calculate our total assets. Our total assets is going to be our non-current assets plus our current. Our non-current assets plus our current. How much there is our
total assets quickly. Let's calculate our total assets quickly. Let's calculate our total assets quickly. Non-current assets 175,500 plus 245. Let's minus this one. Remove 1 0 there. 245,000. How much is our total assets quickly? How much is our total assets quickly? How much is our total assets? How much is our total assets? One nine nine 199 997 500. Alright, then we are done with our assets. Now we are going to equity and liabilities. Alright, under equity and liabilities we start with the equity. So with the equities is you are just going to take everything from the statement of changes in equity. Alright, so under statement of changes in equity, put these things on the charts. Me, I will just copy and paste fast. Under statement of changes in equity, we've got share capital. Just put on the charts there. Share capital, revaluation reserve, retained earnings, and general reserve. And then when we record, we're going to take the amounts at the end. So just put these things with the amounts at the end there quickly. I'm just going to put that's our equity. We've got share capital, of how much? Share capital there of 650. We are taking all the closing balances, so it's going to be 650,000. And then we've got revaluation reserve, how much is our revaluation reserve there? 400,000. And then we have retained earnings, How much is your retained earnings right there? Retained earnings is 165. Closing balance 165,000. And then the last one we've got general reserve. General reserve is 80,000. Alright, I remember this one, 80,000. And then the total is given as well. Again, we calculate the total is 1, 2 is 0, ne? I can double check that one on the chart. Yeah, so the total is given there. We calculate it for it is 1295,000 is the total for equity. We are done with equity like that. 1
295,123. Done with the equity. See how easy it is now when you prepare the statement of changes. Very, very simple. And then more loan or what? Let's see on the question there. What do we have here? We've got loan, and then I think there's a transaction for loan. Let's go down there. So transaction for loan, what does it say? Let's go down there. They say the loan from First Bank bears interest at 18% per annum. We don't have a problem. We don't want interest, and it's repayable in annual installment of 50,000. So that is a short-term loan. So for us to calculate the long-term loan or the correct loan, we go to our answer sheet. When we get to our answer sheet, okay, when we get to our answer sheet, we're gonna say long term loan, in brackets the loan there is 500,000, and then we minus short-term loan of 50,000 because it's paid already again. So that means our loan is how much there? 450,000. I'm very fast now. I want to finish. I'm tired. And then our non-current liabilities 450,123. Done. All right. Loan. Now we go to current liabilities. Current liability, we're gonna start with short-term loan. Our short-term loan is going to be 50,000. That one. What else do we have there? We have our SARS. SARS income tax. Our SARS income tax there, let's see. Back to the question. Our SARS income tax, we have got taxation for the year, and then we have SARS provisional payment. So we already paid 60,000 and we were owing 87,000. So for us to calculate SARS payable, that is our liability at the end, we are going to say, let's go to the answer sheet. We already paid 60,000. So we get to the answer sheet. I'm gonna say 87,000 in brackets again. Minus the provisional payment that we already made. How much are we owing to SARS? Can you give me this answer quickly? I want to finish now. And then as you are calculating that one, we're gonna have shareholders for dividends. And then shareholders for dividends is going with SARS withholding tax.
right? And then what else? So 27,000 is for SARS income tax. Alright, and then withholding tax, shareholders for dividends, we are going to say, number one, we have to say 24200 for ordinary plus 10,000 for preference. We multiply by 80, we divide by 100. How much there? And then for SARS withholding tax, we do the same, 200 plus 10,000. I hope you guys, you know these things, Now I'm no longer me, I'm tired. 20 divided by 100. And then how much there? It's your shareholders for dividends. How much is your shareholders for dividends and how much is your withholding tax? Quickly. Tired. So shareholders for dividends is 27,360. 27,360. 27,360. And then how much is your SARS withholding tax? SARS withholding tax. Quickly. SARS withholding tax. SARS withholding tax. And then one or more are creditors there. Creditors. So how much is your SARS withholding tax? Quickly. 6,840. 6,840. 6,840. And then how much is your creditors? I think your creditors, there's no, I didn't say additional information. How much is your creditors there? If there is additional information, let's go and check on the question. On the question there, let's see, creditors is 141,300. Do we have additional information? We don't have, so we're going to record 141,300. One for 1,300. 141,300. Now we are done. We are done. Thank God we are done. Now let's balance this thing. So, excuse me, we are going to calculate total current liabilities. We add 50,000 plus 27,000 plus 27,600, 360 plus 6,840 plus 141,300. How much is your creditors? Current liabilities. I'm tired. I don't even hear what I'm saying. Current liabilities there. How much is your current liabilities? As I'm waiting for the answer, please. 252,500. 252,500. 252,500. And then now we are done. Okay, so we need to calculate our total equity and liabilities. So total equity and liabilities, you are going to say equity there plus non-current liabilities plus current liabilities. Then how much is your equity there? It must be equal to our total assets. Let me remove this thing here. It must be equal to our total current assets. How much there? Quickly. Now I'm tired. Yo. I am exhausted. Let's put the answer quickly. I can't be taking answer for one person. They say it's equal, but I want to see other answers from other people. If it's the same. And then those who are watching us for the first time, please do not forget to subscribe, like this video, and recommend this channel to others. Next year I am going here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to stay. Alright, so the answer is the same, eh? That means our financial position is balancing 171,997,000. Then we 7,500. Alright, we are done. That is our statement of financial position. So we're supposed to do another question, but now I am tired. The last question, which is profit or loss for companies. You can try to do it. I'll send the memo. I am tired here. Sorry. At least I tried to push with you. Nyofuna nelimpopo mina. I need I'm here. So go and push. Make sure that you come back with a pass. And I wish you all the best, and I believe in you, and I know that you guys are going to do very, very well. And salute. We're done. We are done. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for connecting. Thank you very much for subscribing. Thank you very much for liking. Thank you very much for everything. Good night, Tando. Wena uncha game, wena. Uncha game. I salute. Sharp.